Welcome, my name is Keith, otherwise known as Upgood. That's spelled UHFGOOD, and you can find my YouTube channel at youtube.com/ at symbol UHFGOOD. Anyways, I am building a point and click adventure game like the classic ones you find in the early 90s, and this is something I've been working on since 2005. I've had the characters, I have the character arts, I got quite a few things planned out. I got a few puzzles, a few things here and there, and so I just decided I need to get this done. I've tried to start doing it. I tried to start making this game several times, several starts and stops, including one about 6 years ago where I was going to document everything. I was going to record everything on video, and it ended up being a bunch of like me going through some tutorials, doing a few little things in Blender, some sketching, and basically it's pretty boring. And it wasn't actually making the game; it was just kind of learning stuff. Didn't get very many views, so I decided to start all over again. And I have a couple of reasons for doing this. One is I was disappointed in Double Fine Adventure, which eventually became Broken Age, documentary, behind the scenes documentary that didn't show you hardly anything behind the scenes stuff. You know, Broken Age was that adventure game that Tim Schafer built off of Kickstarter. He made a Kickstarter campaign, raised $3 million, made this game. In fact, made the first half of it, ran out of money, eventually finished the second half of it, and eventually a few years later I got it, and I played it, and it was kind of okay. And then I was expecting the documentary to be really good, showing good behind the scenes stuff. It didn't show hardly anything. It was just it was just Tim Schafer going into his office, popping out occasionally, and then showing various members of the team working on the engine a little bit, and then kind of trash talking each other, and that was mostly kind of it. And I was pretty disappointed, and so I decided, you know what, I'm complete nobody. It's true, complete nobody, but I'm building this game, and I figured, you know what, I'm going to show the entire process from start to finish. Well, a little bit of KVAT here is KVAT is KVAT enters buyer beware, but a little bit of a note here that I had started this in 2005. The story, I had the story and the characters and stuff all kind of worked out. I didn't have everything worked out though. In fact, I was working on the story when I started this about when I restarted this, you might say, about November, right? The end of November of last year. And so I've been developing this game. I've been live streaming development of it, and I've been editing the pieces together so that I could provide updates, sort of like a devlog, so that people that didn't want to watch 3 or 4 hour live streams could just watch the little updates and see the progress. And I'm making really good progress, and so I think this is going to be successful this time. I figured I'd focus on the YouTube channel where and obviously I'm gonna focus on the game. I'm making the game, so that's not like it's not like behind, but the importance of the YouTube channel or streaming, because I'm gonna try to streaming on the Mean Green website here soon too as well. But I was just looking. There's so many free games. There's so many games. So much competition that why try to do something that sells? Not that I'm not trying to get it to where it's not good enough to sell. I just mean, why try to spend the time trying to market and try to do all this stuff, trying to work this hard? Why not just work on the game like I want to work on it? And maybe if I do a good enough job and people like watching the streams or the videos, then maybe I'll get some support a little bit later along the way. Maybe I'll get my internet bill paid. Paying $93 a month for, admittedly, a 400 megabit download. I think megabits. I get these kind of confused now. It's been a long time since I knew any real good tech stuff, but but anyways, yeah, maybe I can get my internet paid off one of these days when if people start really coming in and watching. So that's what I'm doing, and Right now, you can see live streams from November of last year, and I've got something like well, I stream every day. I stream. Um, I was streaming 4 days a week uh, of game dev, and then streaming the editing of those games, the streams into a video into video updates. And so I did that for 3 months, and now I'm on the fourth month, which is means I switched to once a week. So I had two videos a week and then now I'm doing it once a week and developing 5 days a week. So I'm still streaming 6 days a week, but only streaming the edit. The edit streams are only on Saturdays now. And then 3 months more down the line, I'm going to switch to every 2 weeks. Anyways, so that's what's up. And um, I can show you just a little bit of the kind of the basic engine that I got. Oh yeah, the most important part here is that the way I'm doing this, because I had a hard time trying to develop the game. I decided I was going to do it in phases. In fact, I have that actually up right now. Let me pull it up. Okay, that's just wait. Oops. Hold on. I'll switch just a second. I have a hard time switching. I'm using Linux, and for some reason, it just seems more tricky to switch uh, windows. They're grouped. They're grouped windows. So I got two YouTube browser windows open. And anyways, so this is my roadmap. Now this is development. This is revision Eta, which is the Greek alphabet. It's like what are we, like D or E or something? I forget. But anyways, so these are the phases. So the most basic form of adventure game would be a choose your own adventure, right? Because it's just reading, and you flip to the page that tells you to. You have a choice. Do you ever want to go up the street? Do you want to go into the cave? Turn to page 10. If you want to go home, turn to page 31 or something, and then you go there. And then on computer, it just means you'll be presented with a description. You have your couple of choices, and you either click or you press a key number. In my case, you're going to press that number key. But choose your own adventure, and then I add to it. I add a separate navigation system because navigation is going to be kind of independent of the other stuff. And then I'm gonna do this thing I had on here called room independence. So basically, the room is going to be separate, so I can reuse rooms. Because with this, if you're going to the same place, you have to write a new page for it because you'll be having different turn choices. So we got three is room independence for reusability. Make rooms independent and reusable by decoupling their descriptions and choices from a single linear path. And we have multiple player characters in phase 4, where you'll be able to switch between characters, because in my game I have many player characters in it, and at times you're going to be switching in between them. And sometimes when you get stuck, you can switch to another one. And so yeah, even though the game is strictly a linear narrative, when you actually get to play in between, like say cutscenes or whatever, or scripted scenes or whatever, you get to play kind of non-linearly. So if you get stuck on one thing, you can switch characters, and maybe there's someplace else, and maybe you're not stuck over there, and you can figure out what to do over there. Then I'm going to start adding audiovisual elements in 5, which is little thumbnails that are going to be displayed alongside the descriptions, and I'm going to do some basic like public domain, Creative Commons music in the background, maybe classical music or something that just starts getting an audio-visual subsystem in there. Then in phase 6, I'm going to introduce a parser, which is going to be functionally equivalent to the regular choose your own adventure thing, where instead of hitting 1 to go choose a choice, you're going to hit 1 and enter, because it's going to actually be parsing the text. Then I'm going to start implementing an inventory system, so you can pick up stuff and put down things. And then I'm going to expand the interactivity by adding actual verbs, you know, go north, you know, pick up, whatever. And part of that's already going to be in there from the inventory system. Then 9, I create a save and load system, or save state system, so that now you can go to different rooms. You can have different things in different rooms. You can have things happen. If a door is unlocked, it could remain unlocked. If it was open, it can remain open, whatever. And you'll be able to go to different places, and it'll be able to save the state of the room. And yeah, and then 10 is when we actually get into puzzle design. So now that we got a parser, we got a save state system. We can do multiple player characters. We can do all this stuff. And this is still a text game right at this point. Now you're going to be able to design puzzles and things, you know, locks and keys and all that kind of stuff for the game. Then 11, I'm going to start creating some background scene visuals, basically. So with descriptions, now we're going to have backgrounds. We're going to kind of replace some of the descriptions. You'll still be typing in here, but it'll now start to become graphical. And then I'm going to have clickable hotspots, include navigation, and then visual and auditory feedback in phase 13. Then I'm going to implement a UI in 14. And phase 15 is NPCs as separate objects. So characters you can click on, you can actually talk to them and whatever. And then 16, I'm going to make the inventory interactive with essentially with the mouse, because up until this point you're going to be doing text. And then 17 is character movement, and by this time it should be almost fully point and click, fully interactive point and click, fully graphical, all that good stuff. And I might leave the text parser in depending on how things are looking. So yeah, so that's what I'm doing. 12 minutes. Hopefully that's not too long of a little intro here. And I want to thank you for watching, and hopefully you'll stay for some of the streams. And if not, maybe you can just watch some of the updates if that's more your thing. They're going to be about anywhere from 6 to 12 minutes, give or take. Some are a little bit less, some are a little bit more. And yeah, so hopefully you will join me for a stream Monday through Friday, about 12 to 4 Eastern time, which is, you know, like 9 p.m. UK time, or not 9 p.m. It's from 5 to 9 UK time, or you know, like what would it be? It'd be like 9 a.m. to like 2 p.m. or something. No, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Pacific time. Anyways, you should be able to extrapolate from that. Anyways, I hope to see you there, and thanks for watching, and I will, oh yeah, one more thing here. Let's go ahead and pop this on the desktop. I realized that I didn't actually show the phases to you, but that's okay. I just told you what the phases were, so it's really not that important. But what I did want to show you was this kind of basic framework I have, and these are all JSON files that are going to be representing rooms eventually. And so here, let's just play this really quick. This is what it does right now, basic framework. The main menu is actually a room. All of this is just text, and the keys are linked to your choices. And so if I hit 1, it goes to the first one, which is Hubert's abode. Or no, this is the welcome message anyways. I think it's the start here message, actually. So it's the start here room, and then 1 to go to Hubert's home, right? And then you have a description, you have the deals, and then 0 to quit. And then I just started putting in the JSON stuff. So if I hit 2, nothing's going to happen because I made it to do that, because I don't have the loading code in that for that yet, which I'll be starting on Monday. Anyways, so yeah, that's about all there is to it, and thanks for watching, and please join me Monday through Friday. And Saturdays if you're interested in me using Blender 4.3 video sequence editor to edit my videos. And so yeah, So thank you. Okay, sorry about that. I was trying to set some views. My hair look like I need to shave it more. Yeah, I probably did a real bad job shaving my hair. But it's just because A, I don't really have the money to go out for a barber. B, I need transportation to said barber, which I don't really have right now. And C, you have to do it frequently and whatever. It's not convenient for me. So I just use my own home haircut kit and shave it. Anywho, um, I don't know if anybody was in here listening or watching. Probably not. That's okay. I think I'm going to do this a different way. I'm going to maybe have the video source and see if I can't just switch out the video each time. And so what I'll do is it'll be about 5 minutes. I'll have the please wait 5 minutes till 11:30, and then once it starts, I will switch to the video scene. I'll have it queued up and ready. Um, I'll see about if I can get it to start at the start when I switch to the scene, and we'll see how that works out. That way, it'll give me some extra time to post my links. And like I said, if I start getting enough people coming into the stream, watching the stream, I'll slow down posting links, and there'll be a lot less of that, more on time stuff, which is kind of weird. It's one of those weird kind of catch-22 things where, um, in order to get people to come, I have to post the links, but um, because of me post the links, I'm almost never on time, and which means less people are likely to come in and watch the stream. Anyways, okay, so I did actually fix this problem, and I'm wondering if if anybody um wish I don't know exactly how to zoom in on something, you know. That's not what I want. Desktop. Let's do sources. Display capture. Yeah, I don't know if there's like an easy way to like zoom in or pan around something. Like I can transform. Let's see, edit transform. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna look at it. Rotation, alignment, bounding box size, crop. I mean, I could always crop something, but that's not really like zooming in. Yeah, I don't know what you can do in OBS as far as like zooming in and stuff, because it'd be nice if it were kind of easy because I could just go in and, you know, maybe there's a plugin for that or something. But I'm stuck with OBS 29 because I'm on Linux Mint Debian Edition 6. So in their repositories they only have like 29 there. And so in order to get the most up-to-date OBS, I have to update my graphics drivers, and that's kind of a pain in the butt to get running in LMDE, which is why I still eventually want to switch over to Linux Mint proper. But it looks like I'm not going to get to that because I keep on changing, adding stuff, and I'll need to spend time to make a copy of disk, make a disk image of my my SSD, and then make a virtual disk image for like VirtualBox, and then load it up in a VirtualBox to see if I can run it from there. And then I know it's kind of a big rigmarole, but if I'm going to reinstall everything, um, I'm gonna still kind of want a working system. So if I make it a virtual disk image and run it in a virtual machine, then I can download a version of Linux that I can install to a USB drive, and then I can run VirtualBox from there, and I can run the disk image from there, so I can still use my computer, use software and everything based off the disk image, and that way I can go into my main C drive. Well, I mean, I'd be in the other the USB Linux, but I could go and reformat my SSD, my NVMe SSD, and then reinstall Mint as the only operating system on there, along with my home folder, which exists on another partition right now. So I'll keep my home folder. I'll probably put my home folder back on the SSD. Like I'll set aside some. I'll set aside some room for Linux Mint, um, or rather, I'll install Linux Mint. I'll give it a certain amount of space on the SSD, and then maybe I'll split it half and half. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's a good way to go. 500 gig for one and 500 gig for the other. You know, they always say that you only need like 20 gig or something for Linux itself, and that's true. Linux is not very huge, but um, the thing that is very huge can be very huge is when you start downloading programs and adding tons of programs. I don't have tons of programs on here, but if I do that, if I ever decide to install some games will probably want to be installed to, you know, wherever they're installed for Linux systems. That's not usually in the home folder, as far as I know. Otherwise, what I do is, if I could get everything to install in the home folder, then I'd probably I'd probably leave the Linux partition to be pretty small. Anyways, that's not really important right now. What's important right now is the fact that I fixed this little error. And actually, I'm wondering if anybody that catches this, and no, there might not be anybody that catches it, but copy. I'm gonna uh, I'm gonna paste this line here, and you tell me what's wrong with it. With this line. In fact, let's remove the let's remove that. Oop. You tell me what's wrong with this line, and I'm actually going to have Grok see if it can tell me what's wrong with that line. So let's, without further ado, let's go over to here, which I don't need to do that for that. We're going to do that. Oh yeah, let's see here. Where is that? Okay, so I'm not seeing any of your chats if anybody's in the chat, which it appears that nobody's in the chat. That's good. That means nobody's really here. One watching is probably myself. 3 watching in Rumble. It's kind of cool. I get a few more people watching in Rumble at a time usually. Nobody ever chats in there though, so I guess they're just watching it or just listening to it, whatever, either or. Anyways, I can go to Restream. I can go to expand this to full screen. Pull up the other window. Make sure this is in a window here, and do something like that. Okay, and wish I knew where how I contacted Restream before. I contacted them through email somehow, but I don't remember if it's just like this need help in the chat thing or what. So maybe sometime today, or sometime when I'm not busy, maybe they can, maybe I can send something to them. Anyway, anywho, I'm gonna refresh this because I'm clearly on the screen, and then of course you're gonna see that it go in and further in and further in, and let's go to chat. Okay, now we're set up with the chat. Now let's go ahead and we're gonna shrink this. It shrinks down tiny, which is less than ideal, but whatever, it's whatever. Okay, so that set editable instance. Okay, and now I'm gonna go to Grok and get to the visualization part today sometime. And I'm gonna do this. I was gonna install Blender Launcher, but I need some libraries, I need some things, and I guess it's not really meant for this. And then Grok suggested I build Blender Launcher from source, and I'm kind of like, it's a little bit complex for me. Yeah. Kieran. Yeah, Restream is a multi-platform streaming system, and I'm actually using OBS and what's it called, RMTP or something, or whatever, some sort of streaming protocol thing that all these deals use. But yeah. So right now I'm on the free version, which means I only get 2 platforms, which is fine because all I'm pasting, or all I'm streaming to is Rumble and YouTube right now. I might do more in the future, but probably not in the near future because I don't have any money, so I have to keep things free for a while, anyways. Okay, let's see this one. Okay, I've figured out my problem, and I'm wondering if you can see the problem. Here's the line. Two is good enough. Yeah, it's fine for me right now. Anyways, I think I'd be able to stream to X, but like I said, I don't have any money to do it. So yeah, this is fine for me right now. Okay, fantastic catch. You've zeroed in on the line causing. The issue is in the line is subtle but critical. I can see the problem based on your observations and context from a previous debugging. Is intended to lock the door node in the editor's 2D viewport to prevent it from being selected moved independently. However, it's causing error because incorrect method usage. Set editable instance node is a node method in Godot's Redot and typically called on a parent node or a node higher in the hierarchy to control the editability of a child node. The syntax is parent node dot set. Exactly right. Okay, this is funny. I don't know if you've been watching any of this at all. You might just be completely brand new because I get several people just coming in from YouTube, just browsing, and somehow it pops up and they see it. But so I was getting here. Let's see if I can. Yeah, which means Dory Node is trying to set itself as non-edible, and that's exactly right. See, it couldn't figure this out, and I kept getting these errors, and I kept wondering why. And actually, it's funny because was doing is it wasn't a running error. It was a error in the in GD script. If you don't know, I'm using Redot, which is essentially Godot 4.3 right now, and so here let me find if you're watching. It's supposed to be parent room, but this is the way I had it here. I had a door, right? And let's clear this out and let's reload save scene. Okay, so I was getting these errors. Now, this is something to do with the source of Redot. I don't have access to the source right now. I mean, it's open source, so I can probably get access to it. But this is just the Redot, engine editor or whatever. But it kept saying this condition is ancestor of p node is true. So it's not an ancestor of p node, and p node is going to be the parent node. And I should have actually caught on to that p node meant parent, but I didn't really know exactly what I was looking at. So I was doing this, and I was trying to ask in Discord, I think, and I had went the whole day, the whole stream yesterday, and trying to figure out why this kept doing this and where it was doing it, and it would always do it in here, and this is a function called add room to editor map. However, it wasn't showing any of these print statements, so we're going, well, how is it running it if it's not, if the print statements aren't showing up? Maybe it's printing, but it's not printing to the output window or something. But the funny thing is I didn't realize what it was doing. So I was asking around, and then I said, you know what? Maybe I should look it up, right? I mean, that should be the first thing that I should do, because there's this thing in here where you right click, you click look up symbol, and I don't know if there's a hotkey for that. Hopefully there would be, but it's kind of annoying doing right clicking every time, but that's okay. So we're at node, and let's see here. I must have changed the... Here, let's close this and let's redo it. Look up symbol. Okay, there we go. Set edible instance. Node is edible. Set to true to allow nodes owned by a node to be available and editable in the scene doc. Even if their owner is not the scene root. This method is intended to be used in editor plugins and tools. Also works for release builds. C is editable instance. Okay. So I'm thinking, you have your node here, and then I go back to the text, right? And I go door set editable instance door. And I'm going, wait a second, that's trying to set itself, right? So no wonder it's messing up. This is not an error from running. This is an error from processing the script. When you type something in GD script in either Godot or Redot, and you type it wrong, sometimes it'll just come up with an error, right? So just to give an example, something like that. Okay, let's clear this out here and let's control save. I didn't do that here, did it? Okay, we'll do it like, well, here, let's reset this back to room. For some reason, it doesn't always show, no, not rooms, room. Okay, let's go ahead and reload save scene. There. See, I got 4 errors. This is going to be different. Wait a minute, where is it at? Oh, I turned it off. What did I turn it off for? Yeah, I keep on thinking that when I click on these, that it'll go to it, but instead it toggles them on and off, which is annoying too. Let's go back up here. Okay, see, invalid call, non-existent function, because it's processing. It's processing the script. In other words, it's not running the script. It's just processing. It's going through and saying there's something wrong here. And that's what I didn't understand. I thought it was running it. I thought it was running it, and somehow the print statements weren't printing to the output for some reason. You know, you could have it to where the code is run like before the output gets ready. You know, before stuff goes to the output, and then when it's ready, it allows it to go to the output. I mean, that's a possibility there. But anywho, so this is one of those kind of almost dumb things where I looked at it for a second. I went, wait a second. Did it just do what I think it did? Anyways, let's go ahead and control find. And honestly, I can go ahead and do now. It's not going to be door. It's okay. It's just going to be straight up room. Okay. Anyways, Karen, if you want to know anything about the game or what I'm doing, let me know and I'll explain it to you. Otherwise, I'll just continue working on the game here. So I'm actually messing around with the what? What happened there? There's something weird. No node selected. Why? Interesting. Very interesting. I bet that's because of the set edible instance thing. Not new door. It's room. So, all right. I'm gonna do something here. Let's delete these. Okay. Control S. All right. Go to the scene. Reload save scene. Okay. The question is, door. I can still mess with that, but it's still, huh. So somehow that's still not working though, which is weird. Okay. Load all rooms. All right. Okay. It's great. I'm learning stuff, but I have to warn you, I'm just a beginner. Yeah, don't worry about it too much. It's if I'm talking too complicated, just let me know and I don't know, I'll try to explain it a little bit simpler or whatever. I'm not really that great of a programmer. I mean, I've been doing it for a while, but I'm not that great. And then I've only really been using Redot since November, and I dabbled in Godot a little bit before that. I was actually I did some tutorials in Godot, and then I switched to Redot, and so all of this has been in Redot. So I'm not exactly a beginner, but at the same time, I'm not that advanced either. So you know, half the stuff I don't even know. So, and I'm using the AIs to help me out writing stuff too. Um, okay, so I have a problem. Let's see here. Add a room to editor map. Add room to editor map. Okay, on add room pressed. Door is inside tree. Print locking door. And let's go ahead and see locking door to Shirley in room. Hubert home. See, it supposedly locked it, but it's not really doing it. Let's go back to set editable instance. Is editable. True, false. In the scene doc, even if the owner is not seen at root. It's supposed to work. I don't know why it's not working like it's supposed to be working. See, I'm actually dragging the doors because they're Node 2D. Okay, so are you doing anything? Are you doing anything with Redot or Godot or anything like that, or are you just watching and doing whatever, something else? Because I don't need to explain Godot or Redot if you either know. You said you're a beginner, so I assume you're not doing that much. But if you're learning Godot or Redot, I can explain what's going on here. But I'll explain it anyways. So these are what's called Node 2Ds. Node 2Ds have a 2D position in 2D space. So a node is just an object, a general purpose object, which all the other nodes uh, extend from. And here, let me go to my script files here, and door is just a it's just a class. So I created a new class called door extends node 2D, and then I did the same thing with room. Room's also node 2D, and the reason I have the door as a node 2D is because um, well, actually, I don't know. Maybe I don't need it to be a node 2D. Maybe it should not be a node 2D. I was thinking it has to be because of the display thing here. I'm not sure here. Okay. Room, yeah. Okay, I fixed that, but somehow it doesn't seem to lock the doors. I'm still able to move the doors around independently. Here, let me do something. Let me try to redo this. Scene, reload, save scene. Okay. See, it says locking door. If it locked the door to these, then I shouldn't be able to select the door here. Should select the room. But it's not. It's still selecting the door. Whether okay. You fixed the yeah. You notice the door is still movable independently in the Redot 2D viewport, meaning the locking mechanism isn't working as intended. This is a new issue. The set editable instance call is now syntactically correct and not causing errors, but it's failing to lock the door nodes. You mentioned fixing an issue, which I interpret as errors no longer appearing. Yes. This confirms hierarchy violation calling set editable instance on door itself. Current issue. The door nodes are still movable independently in the 2D viewport, indicating room set editable instance door false isn't achieving the desired effect of locking the door nodes, so they can only move their parent room. Set editable instance method is supposed to make a node non-editable in the editor, preventing selection or movement in the 2D viewport. But it's not working here. Possible reasons. Incorrect node hierarchy. Assumes the room node, is the correct parent to control door's editability. If door isn't properly recognized as a child of room at the time of the call, due to scene tree timing, the method may silently fail. The door nodes are children nodes room, confirmed by the logs, but the editor might require the call to be made on a higher level node, e.g. rooms, or the scene route. Editor specific behavior. In Redot 4.3, okay, my network is expected for node 2D children. Editor may ignore the setting or require a different approach. Only affects certain editor interactions. Timing issue. The call occurs during scene loading all rooms or scene reloaded. The editor hasn't fully processed. Okay. Since you're using Redot, said it might behave differently. That's not the case there. Alternative solution. No errors. Make the door nodes choose the same goal. Selection filtering. Changes. Okay. I haven't made any changes just yet. I'm going to attempt to replace room with rooms because it's possible. It requires something higher up. And let's go to the script. F3. We call set editable instance. Set editable instance. Why? What do you mean no match? Oh. There we go. Save rooms. I'm just going to set all of them at the same time. Now let's just go ahead and reload. Okay, let's clear this out first. Reload save scene. Any errors? No errors. Let's go to 2D. And it's still moving the door. So that did nothing either. Oop. Reload, save scene. Okay. go up to strip. Let's go back to this. Okay, so I'm going to do this one more time. Reload save scene. Select all. Copy. And let's go back over here. Get edit scene route. Door nodes are locked. The higher level rooms call worked. We can proceed. They're still movable. The output will diagnose why. Okay. Yep, but set to design to control editability for a node and its descendants. Calling it on rooms contains room nodes, which contain door nodes. Might propagate to non-editable state. Oh, hierarchy check. Let me do. Oh. Door count for door in room children. Did I get children? Child found. Door name. Door class. If door is door. Door count plus equals 1. Door detected. Is inside tree. Parent is Hubert home, which is fine. Owner null before setting. Owner set to editor map. See, it might be based on the owner here. So, okay, let's copy this again. I want you to analyze the output. Keep in mind, I still have not made any changes. Also, check if the owner matters with set editable instance. Shift enter, control V, enter. Let's see what it says. It's like pulling teeth. Pulling teeth. Let's see. The reason Grok is getting slow is because this has been a long conversation already, and at some point you kind of exhaust its number of tokens. And it always claims that it may forget earlier stuff because it hits that limit. But what I find is not necessarily that it just forgets stuff, but that somehow it messes up, so it starts kind of turning in on itself, and it starts acting sluggish and slow and all that stuff. Okay. Thanks for sharing the new output. It's critical because it shows error no longer present, confirming the previous fix. Yeah. Resolve the hierarchy. Door nodes are still movable independently. Room that isn't locking them. The app provides new details of why is about the scene setup node state, which will analyze to understand why is it working and whether the owner property affects that editable instance. So you haven't made any changes yet. Still using. Let's dive into output and address the owner question. No errors. Errors are gone. Confirming that fix the hierarchy violation caused by the safety check, if not rooms. Okay. Also likely help prevent early calls during unstable scene tree states. The exit tree logs show rooms had that rooms had node have 4 rooms, each with 2 children, door and panel. This confirms that he had 4 room nodes, each with 1 door. Logs appear for all 4 rooms. Suggests Redot's initializing room nodes, possibly captured temporary before the new empty TC is fully loaded, but no door nodes are initialized early. No door enter tree logs. Enter tree logs. Shows rooms is null. Is expected. Not initialized yet. Logs all 4 rooms appear before. This indicates that Redot is processing room nodes early with valid parent rooms and owner editorship, but no door nodes yet. Ready logs show that each room has 1 door child, but the doors array is size 0. This discrepancy suggests that the doors array isn't populated yet, possibly because door nodes are added later in add room to editor map or create doors from specs. Compares for room nodes. Okay. Add room to editor map runs for each room, successfully processing 1 door per room. Okay. The room set editable instance call executes for each door, confirmed by locking door, but door nodes remain movable in the viewport, indicating the call is ineffective. Or property. Before add room to editor map, room nodes have owner editor map in enter tree and ready. No door nodes are initialized early, so no owner data. Okay. Room nodes have owner null before setting, then owner editor map after door owner. Right. So we're setting the owner, which is fine, which is what it's supposed to do. Called after door owner is set, ensuring the door has a valid owner. Plugin's process logs appear after add room to editor map. Okay. No plugin logs before exit tree. Consistent with seam reload plugin. Does the owner matter? The owner property in Godot/Redot determines which node owns another for scene serialization and editor visibility, e.g., appearing in the scene tab. For a set editable instance node, editable. Owner relevance. The owner property doesn't directly affect set editable instance, as it's a runtime method controlling editor editability, selection, movement in the viewport. The method checks for the scene tree hierarchy. Node must be descendant of the caller, not the owner. However, a valid owner ensures the node is properly integrated into the scene, which is necessary for editor operations. Sounds like a whole lot of nothing to me. Your case, in add room to editor map, door owner is set to editor map, the scene room, before room set editable instance. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm sleepy. I didn't sleep last night. Actually, that's not true. What happened was I got on Grok and I was starting to ask it about adding plugins to Blender to the video sequence editor, and it actually sounds like all of the features I want is something that I could actually program in with Python. I don't know much about Python. I don't know much about the Blender API, but it looks like I can do it through a script, which is pretty good. I might try to do that in the near future. But because of that, I kind of stayed up too late, and now I am paying the price by almost falling asleep on my chair. on my desk. Okay. Text. Let's confirm the door has a valid owner editor map when set editable instance is called, ruling out owner as the issue. The room nodes also have owner editor map before add room to editor map, assuring both room and door are properly owned. Conclusion: the owner property isn't the problem, as both room and door nodes have valid owner. When room.setEditable instance is called, the issue lies elsewhere, likely with 3 dots handling of setEditable instance or scene tree timing. The output shows is called for each door, but door nodes remain movable. Redot editor work. I don't think this is exactly like Godot 4.3, so that's not the issue. The editor might ignore set editable instance during scene initialization. Timing issue. To fully process spikes, the editor might not apply. Level. Calling on room, the immediate pair might not propagate effectively in the editor. The door nodes are descendants of rooms. The rooms could work better. It doesn't work at all, though. The door nodes might remain selectable in the viewport, allowing dragging despite set editable instance. If they're selectable, e.g. clickable in the viewport, the editor might permit movement regardless of editability. Okay, step 1. I've already added and tested rooms which didn't have any effect. Oh, well, let me do the old-fashioned way of actually searching for 4.3 set editable instance. Okay. This is Brave Leo, and it's their AI search engine helper thing, and it's fairly effective. It only works after a certain time. You have to close the window and start a new conversation, because once it hits its token limit or whatever, it starts spitting out garbage. Let's see, modify. Path to self node path. Current scene has editable children enabled. If not, here. What does it do specifically? See if Brave Leo can tell me what set editable instance actually does. See what it comes up with. Control whether a scene instance can have its child nodes edited independently in the editor. Here's more detailed explanation. When you set scene instance as editable, it allows you to modify the child nodes of that instance directly in the editor, even if the scene is instantiated multiple times. Useful for creating variations of a scene without having to modify the original scene file. A scene instance is a specific occurrence of a scene in another scene. For example, if you have a house scene that you instantiated multiple times in the city scene, each house instance is a scene instance. Editable children. When a scene instance is set to editable, you can modify the child nodes of that instance without affecting the other instances of the same scene. This means you can customize each instance independently. How to use. This is a path. The path to the scene instance node. Okay. Benefits. Allows for customization of specific instances. Okay. Okay, not what I thought at all. If I want, okay, so in my game, I have a special editor scene. It's a tool script. So I have the main scene tree and rooms as a child node, which is just node, and then room nodes, which are okay, I'm losing it now. Which are node 2Ds, and each one has a door node as a child, which is also node 2D. Problem is, I can still move around the door independently. I want to just mess with the room and not the door. So I can't move the door independently. I was trying to use set set editable instance for the purpose of set. My brain isn't functioning again. Okay, just a sec here. So I can't move the door independent. To turn off editability of the door node. So apparently Grok doesn't know when to prevent the door node from being moved independently in the editor while still allowing you to manipulate the room node. Set editable instance method is not the right tool for that specific task, as it's used to control whether a scene instance can have its child nodes edited independently. Instead, you can achieve the goal by locking the door node or making it non-editable in the editor. Here's how you can do it: lock the node. You can lock a node in Godot editor from. This can be done via editor from. Okay, click the door node, right click, click the lock icon programmatically. You can lock a node programmatically in the tool script. Door node lock transform true. Aha, interesting. Okay. Okay. We can probably stop this before going on any further. Apparently, set editable instance is so you can independently modify child nodes. Let's see, what did it say? Whether scene instance can have child nodes edited. Is to there we go. I'll just copy it because I can't think through the statement. Is used to control whether a scene instance can have child nodes independently. Brave Leo suggested the call. What did it call it? Lock transform. Lock transform to lock the door programmatically. And I might just do that. Okay. Okay, let's do something here. I think that's how it is. Lock transform. Okay, it's not a. It's true. And new door dot lock transform was true. Door dot lock transform was true. Now, before I do anything, let's see if. Right. Okay. And this is added. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's go to 2D and let's go ahead and reload save scene. I do have errors though, so that evidently had a problem doing that. Wait. Scene, reload, save scene. Type bool on a base object of type node 2D. Huh. So maybe I'm using lock transform incorrectly. That's the wrong thing. What am I doing? Okay. Hmm. Uh, it just doesn't even have it. Maybe let's see what Grok says. Fantastic insight. Thank you for sharing. It's a game changer. You're absolutely right. Pause and reassess. Takes the wrong method. Lock lock the door nodes. Node 2D. Um, actually be node 2D lock transform, right? Um, okay, this is just what am I doing? Um, okay. I wonder if I can just look up symbol here. Nope, it's not a symbol. That's why. Nope. Hmm. Uh, one thing I noticed is the student will create three-dimensional gliders don't perfectly land the loser mouse to move either the glider or the mesh by accident to be moving the parent node. These inadvertent mouse movements, this is 1 year ago. Okay, cause class to drag when I hear someone yell across the room about the character falling to the floor when the game begins. I'm looking for some easy to lock the transform of a node to prevent these mistakes. Uh, you don't move them, for example, a sprite inside of a player object. It'll prevent them from selecting it in the scene. Yeah, but can you do it programmatically? That's what I want to know. Um, this is from 2019. RE button you can press to lock the transform. I might have to do it manually. I mean, if that's what I have to do, that's what I have to do. Because I'm just trying to do something to where I can anyways. Oh, what the oh shoot. Keep hitting the wrong thing. Uh at least okay, at least it's here, let's go back to chat. And now the chat's gone. But that's okay. Let's pull this back up. How to lock a transform of an object. Editor's lock functionality. What's it doing? What's it doing? Quit doing stuff. What the crap? Override processor physics process. Lock a node 2D transform in the editor via GD script. Scripting bots does a lot of custom drawings, uses custom logical variables, draws preview, any scaling. Maybe you can't do it. This won't lock those variables in code. The parent A node, it will inherit transform from ancestors. You could manually get the position. Anything you wish to lock. Same. Huh. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. There's a problem here. There is no lock transform function, nor is it a class variable class member. I supposedly could lock it in the editor directly. I haven't found anything that does so in code. Okay. Okay. Okay, where's the node 2D? That's for 4.4, but it's okay. Properties. Look at move local. Transform 2D. Huh. Let's search docs for lock transform. Catching that. I apologize for the oversight. You're absolutely correct. There's no lock transform function or class member. Braves Leo suggested it was incorrect, likely causing confusing Redot. Okay. Double check the good old 4.3 documentation and 4.3 source code. No such method exists, or its parents' classes. Pragmatically is valid, but doesn't provide a direct method like lock transform to achieve this. Likely referring to the padlock icon on the scene tabs prevents moving nodes in 2D viewport. But you're looking for a way to do this programmatically in code to lock door nodes so they can't be moved independently of their parent. Settable instance didn't work as, for instance, C on individual nodes. There's no lock transform. Programmatically lock the door nodes. Current issue. I mean, I can always set the position of either the room or the door depending on what you select, basically. Editor locking. That set lock to true method. Set locked. Actually, that makes me wonder if I could just try that. Okay. I don't even know. Oh, 2D. And why did it do that? Okay, that's alright. Script. Okay, let's go back to the everything's there. And I don't even know how to Control Z. I don't see where a padlock is as far as this goes anyways. Well, there is one thing, and that is just toggling the visibility. Um, Interesting. Very interesting. I've still not made any changes. In fact, I don't see the padlock icon anywhere. I do see the visibility. Icon, which prevents me from selecting the door node. I might change that. I'm not sure. Because I know you can do the visible thing. Let's see some here. And that is, let's go to door. I can select it, but now it's selecting the room, which is fine. But here, okay. I mean, I can do that. Now, let's see if, I don't know. Like, I could set the visibility, right? Let's do something here. Let's, save. Let's, reload. Save scene. Making sure everything is cool. Okay, everything is cool here. No Z. Okay. Undo. I bet I can do this programmatically, though. Let's go back here. Or is visible in tree. Visible was false. I think that's how I can do it. Let's see if it gives me an error. Reload save scene. No errors. And let's go to 2D. Now all of them are invisible. And I'm not doing it. But they're still there, which is kind of what we want. So actually, I can do it that ways. I can do it this ways. So I just kind of figured that out myself too, didn't I? Oh, that's right. It would make them invisible. While false does make them invisible, meaning I can't select them either, it would stop them from being visible. Would stop the door visibility icon from being is kind of what I want. At the same time, if I attached a color rect to it, I wouldn't be able to see that. See something here. Is there a way to get a node 2D to not be selectable in the editor? If I turn off visibility, then I can attach a visual representation to the node, as that would also be invisible. Is there a way to lock it so I can't move a door even if it's still visible? That is a door node in question. Okay. Gosh, I'm not asking it to give me code just yet. Dang it. I understand your options. But isn't ideal because it hides them entirely. You also mentioned if you attach color rect, would hide the color rect too, which you don't want. This confirms you need door nodes to be visible, including any attached color rect, but non-selectable and non-movable independently. Given that set editable instance didn't work, there's no lock transform method. Invisible false hides the nodes. The best approach is selection filtering. Mark door nodes with the meta tag flag, editor non-selectable. Deselect them in on-selected change to prevent viewport selection while keeping them visible. This aligns with your goal, ensures that any color rect attached to door remains. So you're keeping things focused on one step. Let's implement selection filtering as a single targeted fix to make door nodes non-selectable in the 2D viewport, addressing the visibility concern and preparing for color rect integration. Non-selectable but visible. Avoids Redot quirks. Supports color rect. Matches manual locking. Mimics the editor padlock icon. Programmatically, though scene tab selection may still be possible to get justice if needed. Okay. Before. Oops. What did I type? What was I typing in? Oh, in there. Before doing anything, can we simply intercept the selection, and if it's a door and if it's attached to a room, then we deselect the door and select the parent, the room. So whenever I grab onto a door, it also grabs onto its parent's room. Not the door itself. That's a brilliant idea, Kate. Instead of just preventing selection of door nodes, you want to intercept selection so that if a door is clicked, it's deselected, and its parent room node is selected instead. This way, clicking a door effectively again, before adding any code, would this stop it from being selected in the scene tree? My guess is probably, considering selecting it on the 2D workspace also selects it in the tree. Clarify the proposed selection filtering approach. Selection filtering approach. Deselect the door, deselect this room, also prevent door nodes from being selected in the scene tab. In addition to the 2D viewport, your guess is selecting a node in 2D workspace, also selected in the scene tab, is correct. As Redot synchronizes selection between the viewport and the scene tab, let's analyze how the selection filtering approach will behave for both the scene tab and 2D. Since you're keeping focus on one step, you haven't made change yet, I'll address your question without editing new code. The proposed go 2D view. Let's break down how it works. Redot setter synchronizes node between the selection 2D viewport and the scene tab. Clicking a node in the viewport highlights it in the scene tab, and clicking a node in this scene tab selected in the viewport is visible. The selection change signal is triggered whenever a node is selected, regardless of whether the selection occurs in the viewport or scene tab. This means on selection change can intercept selections from both sources. The proposed code checks if selected node is a door with a room parent, deselects the door, and selects the parent room. It responds to all selection events, viewport clicks, scene tabs. It will trigger when you click a door made node in the 2D viewport, click a door in the scene tab, select the door node via other means. We selected in the room, be selected said. Stop edge cases, visible and cluttered. Prevent door nodes from being selected or removed independently. That selecting a node in the 2D workspace viewport also selected in the scene tab, which is true due to Redot selection synchronization. Pros on selection change will handle both viewport and scene tab selections, ensuring that clicking a door anywhere redirects to its room parent, preventing independent door selection in both contexts. Okay. Room parent deselects the door, refetch selected nodes after redirection. To ensure currently selected room reflects the final selection, keeping your existing room locked. Rooms node, delete all child nodes. Selecting a door node and clicking it. Expected. Clicking a door should select its parent. And any future color rect. And the door should not be selectable independently. Door is still selected. Wasn't I implying that this wouldn't work either? Because I don't want it to move in the 3D viewport, 2D viewport. And yet, I do want to be able to select a door independent wait independent other room so I can modify its values. Maybe just positionally. If you move a room, the door moves with it. You move the door, the room moves with the door. Oh, looks like it's about time for my break. So, that way, you're absolutely right to point out that pros selection filtering approach, deselecting door and selecting room doesn't fully align with your goal. Let's clarify your requirement to pros single focus step. Positional coupling. In the 2D viewport, moving a room node should move its child door nodes with it as they're parented. And moving a door node should move its parent room, thus all of the door nodes in that room, ensuring that the room and its door nodes always move together as a unit. In the Scene tab, you want to select the door node independently to modify its properties without selecting the parent room. Door nodes should remain visible. Avoid previous issues. You're concerned about the selection filtering approach is spot on. Redirecting all door selections to the parent room both of you would prevent independent door selection in the Scene tab, blocking your ability to modify the door properties in the inspector. Instead, you want 2D viewport. Clicking or dragging a door should move the entire room as if selecting the room, but without deselecting the door in the Scene tab. Clicking a door in the Scene tab should allow selecting it and edit its properties. Mr. Mark, set editable instance, attempt for not locking programmatic. Okay, yeah. Lock transform doesn't exist. Selection filtering, deselecting door nodes, and selecting room parent would block Scene tab selection, preventing independent door property editing, which you need. Visibility toggle. You don't want, as you need them visible. Your latest output confirm the setup. No errors. No scene structure. Door properties. To achieve positional coupling, moving a room moves its door nodes, and moving a door moves its room. While allowing for independent door selection, we can use a transform synchronization approach in the 2D viewport. Intercept viewport clicks. On selection change, check if a door is selected via the viewport. If so, adjust the room's position to follow door movements, but keep the door selected in the Scene tab inspector for property editing. Maintain Scene tab selection. Allow door nodes to be selected in the Scene tab without redirecting to the room, ensuring you can edit their properties. Handle viewport dragging. When the door is dragged in the viewport, move its parent room to match, ensuring the entire room and all its door nodes moves as a unit. However, Redot 4.3's editor interface get selection doesn't directly support detecting viewport dragging events or distinguishing viewport clicks from the Scene tab clicks. A more practical approach is to synchronize transforms by adjusting the room's position when a door's position changes in the editor. Of course, using a process function in the door GD to detect transform changes and update the parent room. This ensures dragging a door in the viewport moves its room. Door nodes remain selectable in the Scene tab for property editing. Door nodes and any color stay visible. This process in a tool script runs in the editor. We'll use it in door.gd to monitor position, add transform synchronization in door.gd. We'll update door.gd to include a process function that checks if the door's position changes in the editor, indicating a drag in the viewport, adjusts its parent's room position to keep them synchronized. This allows place or add the following code. Okay. Okay. Need to go on my break. We'll check it out in about half an hour. Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and go for it. Let me go to break. So anybody that's still watching or that and or listening or whatever, I'm going to break. Be about 30 minutes. So if I don't see you then, thanks for dropping by. And if I do, I'll talk to you in half an hour. Why is Redot closed? I wonder if we have a bug back. I mean, I could have closed it, which is fine. I might have closed it. Give me a moment to paste the current version of your and editor map. So we're on the same page. Then just acknowledge and wait. Okay. Select all. Copy. Gd colon, shift enter, control V, enter, room.gd colon, enter, select all, copy, V, enter, enter, map.gd colon, enter, select all, and copy. Let's see if it will obey me and acknowledge and wait. Is it going to acknowledge at all? We will see. One thing needs to be done. The room needs to move the same relative position as the door's position can vary. In fact, will when we start showing the door linkages. So if the door is 50 pixels away, the room should be when you move the door downward, it, the room should still maintain that distance, just move down the same distance. Does that make sense? Please acknowledge. When door node is moved, parent room should be moved the same relative distance to maintain the door's position offset relative to the room. If the door is 50 pixels away from the room's origin, moving the door downward by 10 pixels should move the room downward by 10 pixels, keeping the door's relative position 50 pixels away unchanged. Ensures the room and the door nodes move together as a unit, preserving their spatial relationship, which is critical as door positions will vary, especially the upcoming door linkage visualizations. This makes perfect sense, and we'll incorporate this into the transform synchronization approach. I'll wait for your next instructions. Okay, now I'm ready for code. Now I'm ready for code. Actually, let me pull up. I'm going to go ahead and pull up GitHub desktop, and I'm not going to worry about, let's see, fixed, fixed bug, but now, well, now it's relevant. Commit domain, push origin, okay. Actually, let me do something. Open a new tab. And let's go to the tabs, go to this. Rooms. Rename, or copy. Paste. Nope. Not do that. Let's go to rooms. Let's, main menu is find. Let's do something here first. Okay, let's go into 2D editor. Delete, save room data. Let's go ahead and do that. And then okay, so where's the visible? Right. What am I doing here? Okay. Control. No match. Okay, that's the only thing. 3 matches. Okay, actually, let's go ahead and wait a second. Let's go to the meta files. Okay. Clean up a few things. Commit domain, origin. Let's go back. Copy. Paste. Rename. Backup. 2. Now let's go in here. Okay. Connect to main. Push origin. Okay. Alrighty, now let's go in. Okay, now I'm ready for code. Okay, now I'm ready for code. It's weird that it opens it in the right side, but also here too. Back up. Editor map changes. There's the door. Baseline here. Okay. Doors moved. Door position 51. Add a process function to door.gd to detect position changes in the editor and adjust the parent room's position by the same delta, preserving the door's relative offset. No changes to room are needed as your current add room to editor map with door.visible equals false and on selection change are fine now. We'll focus on this single step. Okay. Using process in door.gd to monitor door position changes, adjust the room's position by the same delta. Independent selection by not modifying on selected change. Remain selectable in the scene editor. Your current to your noted wanting door nodes visible will adjust to set door visible to true. Sure door nodes and any color are. Yeah, I don't even need to set visible. I just removed that, so use a standard GD script. Get parent. Parent is room. Okay. Add the door update visibility. We'll update door.gd to include process for synchronizing room movement. Place contents with this version. Right. Copy. And I'm just going to go ahead and do it outright, partly because I have it in GitHub. So I won't worry about it. Door, paste, Control S. Okay. Added at tool to ensure. Well, I think it was a tool node already. Anyways, doesn't really matter, I guess. Added last position. Added process. Yep. Add debug, prints, confirm. Kept your existing create, enter, treat, and ready functions. Change. Add room. Add room to editor map. All right, we'll just do it anyways. Copy and let's go over here to add room to editor map. Let's just go ahead and do this thing. B, Control S, and let's go ahead and do that. All right. Remove set, remove and comment out door set locked. Door visible false to true. Update the debug message. Replaces contents. Open editor map. Replace edit. Save both files. Check the output panel of script validator for no syntax errors. Delete rooms and test. Delete all the child nodes. Save the scene. Reload save scene. Okay. Fine, let's do this thing. Delete. Control S. Scene, reload, save scene. No errors. Good. Okay, and let's go to 2D. That's interesting, but it works. I can okay, no problem. No problem. Amazing. Amazing. Well, it looks like it's just what I want. All right. Thank you, Grok, for fixing that for me. Redirect viewport clicks to the room. Type of visibility. Everything works as expected. I removed that new location room, and so now we're just dealing with the first 3 rooms for the time being. It does seem to select the room more than the door, but in the scene tree, I'm able to select and modify the door nodes. So everything is working good so far. Oh, I got somebody mentioning something. It's okay, thanks for the suggestion. They don't really seem to have what I want, but Rock helped me out with a few functions that moves the parent node with the child node, so all is good. Okay. Oh, what did I hit? What did I hit? I don't know what I hit. Why did that say 2 pix? I don't know. Weird. Weird. Transform. Screen. Okay. I guess that works. I don't know. Okay. Okay, what's all of this stuff? What is all of this stuff? Editor map. Dragon door moves the parent room by the same distance, same as selection. You can select the modify door nodes independently in the scene tab. I think we can move on to the next part. Door linkages color rect. Okay. I want to add the color rect to the door class itself. Yeah, I wanted to handle kind of its own, it like it be its own deal, really. Okay. Add a color rect and ready. Actually, let's go in here. Oh, it's already open. Right. Um, Made it so the room moves toward the door, leaving door selectable. Edit. Commit. Which origin? Okay. Thanks for playing color rectangles. Okay, that makes sense. It encapsulates as a color rect visualization. Door class and trade door node is automatically has its own color rect when created. Digital tied to the door itself. This aligns with your goal of visualizing directly, which is showing door positions, eventually connections to destination rooms while maintaining the current transformation synchronization. Um, if you're focused on one step at a time, pull up that door.gd to create a color rect as a child of each door instance during ensuring it's visible and positioned correctly. We'll keep the existing door visible equals false for now, as in your current, to ensure that the color rect is visible even if the door is hidden, addressing your earlier concern about visibility for visualization. Your four door nodes visible to uh, visibility control. Okay, color rect, colored red. Um, Apply the change. Open door are needed. Say door GD, delete rooms and test. Okay. Copy. This is the door node. Okay, so let's go into door node. And I don't mind Grok or any AI doing this for me, as this is editor stuff. This is I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing this for the end result. I'm still gonna make a tool, so and I'll probably use the AI to help me with that as well. But and actually, what I might do too is once I get to the point where I can edit the game, when I start the edit tool, I'm gonna kind of use the existing project, including everything, so that you can still actually access the game itself. So you can modify the room layout with the tool, save it, and then run the game from within the tool. And we'll do it that ways. So let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got. Okay, there was the door. Select all. Okay. Now let's go ahead and copy contents again, I guess. And paste and Control S. And any errors? No, no errors. Okay, good. Then we can go ahead and here, delete. Okay. Save scene, reload, save scene. Okay. And oh, we got a door visual. Okay. Interesting. Um, Let's go to 2D. Ah, that's got to be the same way. Why is it doing that? Okay. um. Same problem with the visual as the door itself. I need I can move it independently, and in fact I can move it independently. In this case, okay. All right, fine. Copy. Go in here. Go to script. Select all. Paste. Control S. Okay. Oh, it's a stupid thing. Okay, let's select. Stop. Why won't it stop? Okay, fine. Screenshot. Screenshot time. Wrong button. Selection, take screenshot. Copy clipboard. And cancel. And let's go to 62. This is the line producing that error message. This thing's gonna crap out of me, I think. On upper end. Cleric may be null. Color rect was created in ready, but the process runs every frame in the editor. Add a null check. Ensure initialization. Maintain synchronization. Okay, let's go ahead and select this. Let's go ahead in here and select all. Paste. Control S. Okay. And okay. And it stops because of that. Clear it. Let's make sure it's saved. Reload save scene. Any errors? No errors there. 2D. Whoa. Uh, okay, it stopped that error, but the whole room moves faster than the mouse is moving. My guess is you're moving both the color rect and the door node and repositioning and its compounding. I want the color rect to follow the position of the door node exactly. And because we want color rect to follow the position of the door node exactly, and it should always select the door node when you click on the color rect. I don't need to edit the color rect independently. It will have its position set it's kind of hard to do without video. Like I could take a video or a animated GIF. Oh, you know what? Oh, but I don't have that. But it was GIF capture. I can do GIF capture and give it an animated GIF. Let's do something here. Let's go to. Okay, we're in the browser. There's GIF cap, right? Yeah, GIF cap. I might use that. Okay. It can't look at a video, but it can look at a animated GIF. Okay, let's go back up here. Fix the vector to no compound movement and dragging, likely because process adjusting the room's position for both the door and color rect movements, causing a compounding effect. Color rect position. You want the color rect to follow the position of the door node exactly, meaning it should be a visual marker that doesn't move independently but stays fixed relative to the door's origin. Centered, even when the door or room is moved. Yes. Selection redirection. When clicking the color rect in the viewport, it should select the door node, not the color rect itself. You don't need to edit the color rect independently. The door can trigger the room movement via process. Yes, what compounding effect is spot on. Adjust the room position twice, once when the door's position changes, and then again when the color rect's position changes when drag, leading excessive movement. Okay. Process door has two checks: door movement, color rect movement. When you drag, yeah, color rect positioning. Selection and redirection. We'll update door GD to remove the color rect movement check, preventing compounding, and modify the editor map to add on selection change logic to redirect color rect selections to the door. We'll ensure the color rect position remains fixed relative to the door. Okay. Let's go ahead and select it. And let's go ahead and go to there. And let's go ahead and go to script. I always have to think. Select all. Paste. Control S. Okay, go to editor map. Remove lines, preventing the compounding movement. Now only door position changes trigger room movement. Get the color rect position and enter tree. Update on selection changed. In the editor map, on selection change the intercept. Okay. Okay, so let's copy that. Let's go back in here. Let's go back into editor map. Oh, I'm already in editor map. So on selection changed. I guess I have to hit paste. Control S. Okay, no actual errors. Clear this out. Let's go ahead and take all these out. Oh, yeah. Dang it. All right. Almost time for me to go here. So having problems selecting the color Rex to delete them. So it should be the same thing as the door to the room. So it should not redirect the selection, but instead should just move the door with the color rect, but they can be exactly the same. They don't have to have any relative positioning. You move one, you move, it'd be exactly the same. They can be, relative position to each. Well, exactly the same. Thanks for the update. I understand the new issue. You're having trouble selecting color rect nodes in the Redot editor's duty viewport to delete them because the current on selection change redirects color rect selections to the parent door nodes. This redirection is intended to ensure dragging, but it's preventing you from selecting the color rect independently for deletion. You like the color rect to behave like the door does with the room. When you drag the color rect, the door should move with it, maintaining the relative position just as dragging the door moves its room. The color rect should not have its selection redirected to the door, allowing you to select and delete it in the viewport. Let's clarify the requirements to fix this in a single focus step. Card behavior. Door to room. Dragging door moves parent room by sim delta. Seem to have color rect to door. Clicking color rect redirects selection to its parent, which allows dragging the door. Okay, visible. Color rect or positional decoupling. Coupling. Dragging a color rect in the viewport should move its parent door by the same delta, maintaining the color rect's relative position. Just as dragging a door moves its room, moving a door for room should move the color rect with it. Independent color rect selection. Remove the selection redirection, allowing you to select color rect. Give the existing behavior when dragging door moves its room. Visibility. Keep door visible equals false. Goal. Selection redirection. Okay, prevent blah, 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 pros fix. This ensures dragging the color rect moves the door and thus the room. Okay. Add color rect. Okay. On selection changed again. Control S. Okay. Changes removed. Update. Door.g. Okay. Select. Let's go to door. Select all. Paste. Control S. Okay. Kept the door position checked to ensure the room movement when doors drag. Retain the null check. Okay. Apply the changes. Right. Delete rooms and test. Okay. So just so we can test this properly, we're going to delete these. Okay. Control S. I'm going to reload the save scene. And notice any errors. There's no errors. Go to the 2D deal. Okay. Oh, now it's doing the compound movement here. It's now doing the compound movement again. Here, let me show you. Let's go ahead and clear that. Reload save scene. Okay. Now let's go ahead and I forgot about this. Nobody's chatting, but that's okay, I guess. I don't know if we're up to date. Are we up to date here? It looks like we're actually still up to date. Oh, that's right. It's okay. Okay, wait a second. Go to this. Let's go to new tab. Go to gift cap. Oh, I didn't mean to do it on here. I meant to do it. Restream. Work. There we go. Gift cap. There we go. Start recording. Choose a chat window. Try window. This one. Share. Okay. I don't know if it's actually recording, but we'll see. Okay. Stop sharing. Let's see if that worked or if I need to do a recording. Looks like it worked. Let's go over to here. Okay. That. Render. Oh, I see. 3.26 megabyte. That's probably fine. Download. Let's sure, why not just save it here. Save. Okay. And then let's go to my in dev stuff. Let's open dev stuff by itself. Dev. Okay. Open tab. All right. Recording. Oh, I gotta upload this, don't I? Like a regular attachment. That's which is fine, because it's still just an animated GIF, and it should still. I don't know if it'll work, but it should actually still work. Let me show you. We're gonna attach a file. Load file. We are going to go to dev stuff, recording, open. Maybe it'll be a little bit big, but 3.5 megabytes isn't that big of a deal. Maybe it won't work. Who knows? Oh. Is there a way you can view a video or animated image? Hopefully it won't try. Thanks for the update, I understand. Fortunately, I'm unable to directly view or process video or animated images as part of my capabilities. And just based on your description and the code context, focusing on a single targeted fix. Moves the door and room at the correct speed. Since you're keeping focused on one step behind lines, color rect position changes, it moves the door by the delta and resets the color rect position. Moves the room by the delta. When you drag the color rect, Redot updates this position. Color rect check and process detects this and moves the door, resulting in relative to the door. Color position. Dragging the color rect should move its parent. Okay, wait. We'll just look at update door. Place door with this version. Copy. We'll go to this. Okay, script. Door. Select all. Paste. Control S. Check for errors. There's no errors. Clear that out. Take this. Delete these. Delete. Okay. Save it. Reload. Save scene. And check it out. It's still doing it. Can you simply make sure that the door updates its position to the exact position of the color rect if it's selected, and vice versa if the door is selected. They don't need to move extra deltas, which is why the compound movement. This is one of those things. And now I'm getting to the point where I should be almost ready to wind down. Hey, Rook. You're almost just in time for me to end. Got about 15 minutes before I'm actually supposed to be ending. Fix is spot on. Instead of moving the room by deltas. Yeah, no, the door should update. Voice calculating playing deltas, which shows door and color rect move together as a unit, with the room falling due to parrying. Okay, let's just is it? I don't know if it's done. Is it done? Here, if it's done, which it probably is done, I'm just gonna copy it and use it. And let's just go ahead and script, and let's go ahead and select all, paste, Control S, okay, delete, okay, Control S, okay, clear it, scene, reload, save scene, no errors, it's good, go to 2D, check it out. No. No. Now How big is my log anyways? It's probably super big. All copy. Room does not move. The door and color red do move together with compound movement, as in it's moving faster than the mouse. Here's the output. Try that for size. Might even be too big for it. Let's see what it says about that. Are moving together faster than the mouse. And parent room is, you're working with 3 rooms. Shows door and color rec positions updating rapidly, but the room isn't following, and the movement is compounded faster than the mouse. Let's analyze issue. The rooms are loaded. Dragging color rec. Compound movement. When you switch the dragging the door directly, updates last position but doesn't move the room. The room still doesn't move, indicating a problem with how the door's position changes are affecting the room. Color rect is selected and moved. Problem is, I need to be able to select these individually sometimes. Even the color rect itself, I won't be selecting them individually for when I am moving them around the screen, when I'm editing rooms and stuff. But to be able to delete them, I can't mess with the selection. In other words, I can't tell it just to move the door, and then it would automatically move the the color rect. It wouldn't be vice versa. So the color rect, you have to take into account the fact of the compound movement deal. In other words, you have to kind of do a reverse. In other words, you move the color rect, and then you move the door position to match the color rect's position. You don't use deltas for these, and you do the same with selecting the delta. It will automatically move that. But with the room to door problem is I have to position the doors along the bottom and top of the room panel, which means I have to be able to move it independently, even though I won't actually move it independently myself when I'm actually creating and editing rooms and laying them out. I just want everything to move as a unit. But the door node and its color rect child should move relative to the room. You know, if I put the room up here and it's 0, 0, and I move the position of the door to the bottom, then it's got to stay on the bottom, regardless of where I move it. Their behavior movement. Replace door with this version. Okay, fine. We'll do that, I guess. Script. Select all. Paste. Control S. What just happened now? And we have the vector 2 and nil again. Now we have the vector 2 and nil problem again. Yeah, I should do my old-fashioned way because I'm almost gonna have to restore it to an earlier version. That's a pain in the butt to do with stupid GitHub desktop. I don't care what you're doing. Replace contents of door with this version. Sure, I'll apply the change. Select all, paste, Control S. Load save scene. No errors, good. Wait a second. Oh. Somehow the position of the viewport stayed the same. Okay. Yeah. Now they're all moving together, but with compound movement again. Copy that. Control D. For once, I'd like to be done with something on time. Annoying. Now we're moving when dragging. However, the compound movement issue is returned. Three images are loaded. Dragging the color rect. Calculate the room's new global position and place the door at the correct position. Accounting for door offset and local position plus. You don't want to account for any stupid offset with the door. They have to be locked. Absolute position for both. In fact, you're moving the room with the relative position to the door. And then you're not doing anything vice versa because it already handles moving the children. Color rect is selected to move. The room's position should be updated to position the door at the color rect's new global position. If the door is selected to move, the room's position should be updated similarly. No compounding. The room should move at the correct speed, matching the mouse delta, not doubling. Independent color rect selection. You can select color rect to delete it, which is working. Keep door visible. Fixing. Instead of relying on global position differences, track the mouse's position each frame and calculate the exact amount of delta moved. Ensure the room moves by the correct amount. Move room once per frame. Update the global position. Okay. Step 1, update the door. Copy. Script. Select all. Paste. Control S. And valid operands. Why does it keep doing that? Valid operands. Vector 2 and nil. Again. So freaking annoying. Awesome. Awesome. I suppose it would have been easier if the color rects were all on the room and they were just positioned relative to the room. But to be able to select them, it would still move them independently. You don't want them to move independently. Okay. Uh, initialize last position to vector 2 0. Apply the change. Okay, fine. Copy. Select all. Paste. Control S. Okay. Select each of these. Delete. Okay. Control S. Clear this out. Well, let's reload save scene anyways. It needs 5 warnings though. Well, it's working. There's like this weird flickering though. Okay. Escape. Uh, 5. 49. 50. Copy. Now I'm over my time, as I knew it would be, but I'm so close, I think. I guess I need to copy each of the stupid lines, because it's going to do the same stupid thing. Copy. Select all. Paste. S. Okay, so fine. Let's do something then. Here. 25 and 26. Control C. Let's go to 49. Control V. Control C. Control V. Control C. These errors. Dang it. Stop. These errors. Shift enter. Are from these lines. I have a feeling it's not working right here. Or at least this part's not working right just because it's not doing the ternaries right. Ternary. Okay, let's do it again. Select all. Paste. Control S. There are two of these exactly the same code on lines 27 and 52. I just want it to work. Why won't it work? Please let it work this time. Select all. Paste. Control S. Finally. Now I'm going to go ahead and redo this. Delete. Okay. Control S, reload, save scene. No errors, no warnings, no nothing. Let's see if it works. Does it work? Does it do any of that funky... Actually, it doesn't seem to do any of that funky stuff. Oh. Seems to work okay, except it will now not stop following them when you release the button. The only way I could cancel it is to hit the escape key. I still might not be happy with this, even if it turns out to work right, because the else block is intended to stop dragging when selected no longer self or color rect deselected. The room continues following the mouse after release the button because selected remains color rect or door. The node isn't deselected in there. As you click elsewhere, press escape. Only trigger is when the select changes down when the mouse button is released. It doesn't automatically deselect the node. You need to click elsewhere. When you release the mouse button, the room should stop following the mouse, even if the color rect or door remains selected. Maintain current behavior. Dragging the color rect or door moves the room at the correct speed. Fixing the issue. Okay, copy the door. Apply the change. Script. Select all. Paste. Control S. Let's do the thing here. Delete. Okay. Control S. Get it out. Reload. Save scene. Now we do have errors. Valid call non-existent function create in base GD script. Why? Do it. Mouse button left? Okay, why not? Mouse button left. Mouse. Okay. Okay. We'll save. Save, reload. Okay, everything looks good now. Go 2D. Okay, it's looking good. I guess. Nope, it's not looking good. Why is it? What's it? I see. I see. No, that did not work. Okay. Okay. Let's go to history so real quick before I do anything else. Back to the current room, clean up a few things. How come I can't reset to commit? Okay. Still having problems and I've run out of time for today. I'm using GitHub desktop. I want to revert all my files to a previous commit. I went into history and then selected the one I wanted to revert to, but when I right click, it says it shows reset to commit grayed out. What do I do? I could actually, well, now that makes it invisible. I don't want to make it invisible. To previous commit, reset the commit option grayed out. When you right click. When troubleshooting door scripted fix, let's adjust GitHub. Because the commit you're trying to reset to has already been pushed to the remote repository. Okay, GitHub Desktop disables this option for push commits to prevent accidental history rewrites that could cause conflicts for other collaborators or disrupt the shared repository. This behavior is intentional, as noted in discussion of GitHub's issue tracker, where the users have reported similar experiences with reset to commit being unavailable after pushing commits. Solution: revert to a previous commit using GitHub Desktop. Since reset to commit is unavailable, you can achieve your goal by creating a new branch. Why do I have to create a stinking new branch? I don't want to create a stinking new branch. I don't want to have a stupid thing, extra thing on my drive. Branch. Branch menu. Select merge in the current branch. Dialog, choose the branch you created. Click merge to revert to working state into main. This merges the state of the earlier commit into your main branch. If there are merge conflicts, we'll prompt you to resolve them. Since you want to revert all the files to previous state, you can choose the files from the revert to working state branch in the conflict resolution dialog. Push changes. After merging, click push origin. Delete the temporary branch once. Go to branch, delete branch, select revert to working state, and confirm. Alternative. Okay, maybe I'll do it with that, I guess. It's already 4 o'clock, doggone it. Alright. I'm going to do my little recording thing, and then I'm going to quit the stream, and then I'm going to go ahead and try to restore my repository. So let me do this recording real quick. Okay, today, Thursday, May 1st, 2025. All I did today was trying to figure out how to move the room and move the door along with it, and then have a little visual representation of the door, which you kind of have here. Let's go ahead and reload, save scene. Okay. Now there's this black. Okay. Okay, what? Alright. That's fine. I don't know, it seems to be working fine right now. And it was for a while. And then I had like some sort of stray. Oh, I see. If I select, let's select the door and let's move it. Right? No, it's still the door visual, which is fine. What? Well, it seems to be working fine, sort of, right now. But, see, right now, okay, so now when I move this, see, it moves us up in here somewhere. It has something to do with selecting the room, and it moves this, and it's, I don't know, it's not messed up. Anyways, I didn't get anything done today, and that's pretty much what I got done today was this. So I'll try again tomorrow. Okay, so that's the. I guess I'll go ahead and stop the stream right now. Stop streaming. Okay. So I guess thanks Rook for stopping by, and thanks for everybody else who stopped by or who listened or whatever. And we'll try again tomorrow. Maybe I can get more done tomorrow. And anyways, thank you for watching.